Welcome back. Welcome back. What's going on, family? 2 hours of my life that I'll never get back. What's the word, good people? I'll go. I'll go in depth into the macro as soon as price action calms down a little bit. Let's see what we got cooking. I'll go over that and we'll look at some percentages. We'll look at both percentages for dead cat bounce recovery and for new all-time high recovery. We'll cover both cases today in great detail. Oh, okay, I got you. Give me 1 second, yo. All right, I'm back, y'all. Let me unmute Discord real quick. What's good, y'all? All right, let's let this price action work out and then go through my whole macro spiel. I want to try to get it out one clean time so that I don't have to repeat it 9 times today. We could just tell people to go back to the beginning of the stream and watch.
What's up, Dbloc? How are you?
Good, man. Just finished listening to Fed governors for 3 hours.
Oh.
Luckily, I had to do
What?
some charting and
They repeat the same stuff as the other ones, or?
Same shit, man. The impression I got is that they're really trying to manage expectations. The question we have is it because they know they're not going to cut, or is it because they didn't like the effect of the last cut? That's what's up in the open. I've just never seen them be so forthcoming. I can't remember the last. Right, we always kill ourselves trying to figure out what they're thinking. Now they're just volunteering. Seems interesting to me.
They want to create a bear market?
Or they want to create negative expectations so that the cut has more positive effect than the last one.
So that their tools continue working, right?
Running out of tools. If the ones you have don't work, we're in trouble. Creative here. We'll see, man. It's just speculation. We won't know until 10th.
It's on 10 December? Oh, it's in a while. Might hit 75 by then, damn it. At this rate.
How many of the people spoke on that? It
7 of them.
wasn't everybody. It's a certain group within,
7
isn't
of
it?
them. Yeah, it's 7 of them. But I thought maybe it was
How many are there
political.
total?
I thought maybe 12. I thought maybe it was political too. But they've had split votes between them before. I thought maybe it was like, thought the same thing. I was like, maybe this is political. Maybe they've just come together and they're like, hey, let's clear the road for the new guy that's coming in. But they've counter-voted each other in the past, so
Well, and I was thinking that maybe it was a minority group or, a couple, less than half. And so therefore they could still vote that way and not get their way. But
yeah,
that sounds like that's
it's more
majority.
than half. Yeah.
So basically they would literally have to, there's, signal that, it's going to not get a cut, which they're doing. Man, is it not hard for them to kind of bait and switch like that? People would be pissed, wouldn't they? Or you know what I mean?
In a way, but it's the kind of thing where like cuts are like they're never there when you call, but they're always on time. Right? Like you're pissed when you don't get them, but as soon as you get a cut and green candle go up, everything's forgiven. But yeah, usually they
Yeah.
don't. Usually they don't like to affect the market because they don't want to get blamed for any sort of reaction. So it just stands out to me as a bit of an anomaly with how they usually do shit.
Nice reaction on Bitcoin here, no? Went down to the Binance Wake. Even lower, actually. A little bit lower.
Yeah, Khaled, that's my thesis. They know they need the 50. They can't do the 50 because it'll make people think that they're desperate. So they can bring down the expectation for the 25 and then have a 50 type effect with just a 25 cut. It's a win-win for them. Dangerous game they're playing though. You got funding fees and shit too. But yeah, somebody could do it. Talk about patience though. That would have to be somebody with all the money in the world and they just want to run the numbers up on that trade just for shits and giggles. Nah, it could be just a deviation out of the channel. You don't want the channel to get too big though, because the bull flag loses. It'll lose the pole if it gets too long. Right? It'll just be a bearish channel at that point. I haven't heard that they restarted the competition yet. I haven't checked the site for a while though. From what I know, the competition was over though. Any one of them have those. CoinGlass or I believe CoinMarketCap has it too. None of them have triggered, by the way, if that's what you're wondering. Not a single one. Now, if you go to CoinMarketCap has one. Not CoinMarket. CoinGlass. I don't see it now though. It's in there somewhere, bro. Yeah, CBBI is the other one. Oh, that's what. Okay, I thought you were talking about the one that had all the. Yeah, CBBI. I thought you were talking about the list. CBBI has the most important ones. That shit is at a 6.2, y'all. That's not.
Isn't it high, 62?
I don't know. We're at yellow. Dark green is best buying opportunities, then green, then yellow, then orange, then red, then dark red, and then black.
Oh, it rarely goes below 50, right?
It goes below 50 in the bear market, it'll go down to below 10. And then above the bull market, it should top out above 90. So one of my hard fast rules is CBBI above 90, I sell no matter what. No matter what anything looks like. And CBBI underneath 10, I buy no matter what. It's really hard because without euphoria, there are certain indicators that aren't going to hit, right? Because they're based off blow off tops. So ending a market in apathy instead of euphoria. Only really happened once when the market was very illiquid. Another thing I need to, if I could talk to Benjamin Cowan, I would like literally, there's one thing that he does that annoys the shit out of me, and I would love to get his explanation for why he does. But when he's counting bear market tops or bull market tops, for some reason he counts this. And it drives me crazy because when he's doing his analysis on like how many tops have ended on this or how many bull market tops have ended on whatever, he'll use this as a reference point when this was not a bull market top. Right? This was a mid-cycle top. Similar to, mid-cycle tops. But yeah, it's just a personal gripe. He keeps saying this top reminds me a lot of the 2019 top, and I'm like, what 2019? Nah, I'm not taking anything from him, bro. He's been more right than wrong during this run, 1000%. Me and him have come to a lot of the same conclusions. Like, I know that's not a good reason to say that somebody's good, but what I'm saying is that we're looking at a lot of the same things, and we've come to a lot of the same conclusions. I do respect his analysis on shit. It's just that one thing throws me off. The name sounds familiar, Sean, but nah, not off the top of my head. I mean, Khaled. Nah, I was saying yesterday, this is the first day of the yearly candle. So I'm not trying to put too much thought in anything that happens today. I would have felt exactly the same way
Weekly.
if we pumped to 115. I'd be like, oh, like this could just be algos resetting. I guess a pump to 100K or a pump to 98 would be more equal. Pump to 100.
Dbloc, it's been a few times you say yearly, but it's weekly.
What do you mean a weekly? We got a new yearly candle, all right? What I'm saying.
That's in this. What? Oh, it's a joke.
Yo. Yeah, we got a yearly candle.
No, we got the yearly candle at the end of the year, guys. What I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let me be more. My bad. I was I was referring back to the conversation we were having yesterday, where we were saying that we need that yearly candle to flip green because it was red at the moment. Right. So what I'm saying is this is the first day after we spoke about having to flip that candle. Right. So I'm not giving too much thought into the day when it comes to that level of macro. We're still red.
I got you with that yearly stuff.
My bad. Yeah. I didn't obviously don't mean new yearly candle. I mean we're 1 day into seeing if we can actually flip that green. This will be the first time that this. Obviously, it still has a month and 14 days, right? But this will be the first fourth quarter candle that ever closes red.
Nah, I appreciate that. I thought it was a Chinese New Year or something.
Right, because you can see it here, right? Bear market, 3 years bull market, bear market, 3 years bull market, bear market, 3 years bull market.
QT. QT surprise.
What's going on here?
Well, maybe
Some,
just maturing asset.
No, I'll go over it. Let's do it now while we're just sitting, because I'm getting a lot of questions on whether anything changed for me. Let's be specific about what has to change, right? What I'm looking for to change. What are the metrics? Right. This is my bear market checklist. On the macro, these are the things that we need to see to have validation that the bear market is here for sure. Right. First one is the weekly RSI above 45. Below 45. So if we go to our weekly RSI, right, we've been watching this setup where we said if we close underneath 2 weeks, just like the 50-week moving average, then this is going to be a sign, right? In the past, when we've broken that midpoint, so this midpoint that we respect now started here, right? 2018. This was our first real liquidity sweep that we had, like institutional liquidity sweep, in my opinion. Before ETFs, before anything. This is when futures started being accepted. Anyway, so that line right there is this line, right? And as it breaks, come down into the bottom of your bull market, bear market. Then it pops up, it holds. It broke for COVID. It gave us our entry for that dead cat bounce that went higher, by the way. Just remember this later. Dead cat bounce that goes higher than the all-time high, even though you're in a bearish divergence. Right? Bearish div. All-time high on price, you don't get the all-time high on RSI. Same sort of deal that we're looking at. So what I'm waiting for is for that second weekly break underneath this line. The reason that I'm waiting for a second weekly break is because if we just come back to this bull market,
Blast off the 10 trillion. We got it.
so let me get through this, Drew, because I want people to be able to rewind this and watch it. Mine is gonna take me fast. So what we're talking about is the percentage moves once we get up to the all-time highs, or to that line, right? Let's pull this out. Drawdown recovery. Right. These are our drawdown recoveries, both, and I'm covering both sides here, bear and bull, right? Because everybody's waiting for a recovery, but what type of recovery can we expect if we get one? Right? We've got to check the bear numbers and we've got to check the bull numbers. So on the bear numbers, I've taken each of these dead cat bounces during the bear market, including the very first one, second one, all of them, all the way down, right? The very first dead cat bounce was 26%. That's where we would be now if the bear market has started officially. We'd be waiting for our first dead cat bounce, right? So if our first dead cat bounce is 26%, then you'd be looking to reject off of 115. Dead cat bounce to 115, and then a continued drop. It's an easier way to do it is just to average them, right? Let's average all the bear market retracements. It comes to 34.5. So if we were to recover from where we are now, and the bear market is already started, and we're just looking at a dead cat bounce, that 34 would take us to 120. Just underneath all-time highs. Don't break all-time highs. Lower high rolls over. Okay. I did the bears a favor and I didn't take this recovery, because this recovery here where we were divergent, right? Huge bearish divergence. This recovery here just back up to the line, even though it didn't break, gave us all-time highs. That recovery from down here to the top was 139%. The reason I'm not taking it is because, yeah, that's not what we're talking about. So I just erred on the side of the worst ones, right? Now let's look at bull market retracements, right? These are bull market retracements after large liquidation events, right? Our first was 58%, 96%, 120, 28. That would give us 75%. Right? If the bull market is still on and we have an average bull market retracement to the top side from where we are right now, you'd be looking at 159. Right? So that's your bull case and your bear case for retracement. Whatever team you want to be on, that's on y'all. These are the facts. Right? We don't know where the retracement starts from. So obviously this could drop all the way down to 80 before it starts to retrace. And then we'd have to, fix these. But if you're a bear, that's what you're shooting for your rescue ship, or to open new shorts. If you're a bull, that's what you're shooting for, historically. Right? So let's get that out of the way. And let's go back to the list. Weekly EMA, 2 closes under. That one's easy, right? We have 1 close under. We're waiting for the second close to see if we're... Let me turn the paths back on. And let me turn the support levels back. Well, just the paths, right? I'm trying to figure out if we're truly on red path or if we're still on yellow path. For that, we need to close back above the 50. A second weekly close underneath the 50 checks that. Right? So right now, if we were to close the way we are, like if the candle was to close right now, this would be checked and this would be checked. Right? But the candle's not closed yet, so we can't make any decisions until that next weekly candle closes. Now, let's get rid of the paths. What's next on the list? Weekly Gaussian channel. Gaussian channel on the weekly, you need 2 weekly closes or 1 weekly close underneath the midpoint. Right? In the past, this is why we don't take 1 weekly close. Right? As we get 2 weekly closes under, traditionally starts the bear market. Right? So we still need 1 weekly close. We still need the next weekly candle to see if that's going to play out or not. Both log trends unbroken. I mean, both log trends broken. These are both of our logarithmic trends here. Our micro and our macro. The micro has been broken, right? From our little uptick right here. That's already broken. The macro is the important one. Weekly close underneath the macro signals structural shift. Not a structural break, but a trend shift. Right? I haven't got that yet. Bull market support band already been broken. Right? So this is one that you can check off for the bears. That's already happened. And then let me... That's still open. That's still open. That's still open. That's still open for another week. Ichimoku. Get rid of this. Let's pull up our Ichimoku and let's go to the 2 week. The Ichimoku on the 2 week has to close underneath the baseline, right? The red line is the baseline. Traditionally, when we've closed underneath the baseline, except for this one time where we had that double top, that's been it for the bull market. One close underneath the baseline, that's it. That hasn't happened yet since it's the 2 week candle. We've got 5 days and 23 hours. This will be our first signal to fire. So that's still open. Try to explain to you guys that there's a method behind my madness and a reason why I'm still taking risk. 4-year cycle timing. Four-year cycle timing hit, right? Within a week or two from the top. So 4-year cycle timing is a check. CBBI over 90. We just saw it at 62. That's still open. Extreme greed and euphoria at the top. Didn't see that. ISM business cycle above 56. This is the ISM business cycle. Right? This is money flowing in and out of US businesses for the most part. At the tops of the cycles, at the tops of the business cycles, risk assets take dips. Top of the cycle, risk assets go down. Bottom of the cycle are buying opportunity. Bottom of the cycle, buying opportunity. Top of the cycle, price goes down. Bottom of the cycle, top of the cycle. Look at where we're at. So the reason I say above 56 is because Bitcoin has never topped out with an ISM underneath that level. This is one of the main reasons that people talk about this extended cycle theory, right? The amount of liquidity that's slowed down and the way that they've slow ran the business cycle leads you to think that that large injection is coming through. And if that large injection is coming through, we've never seen the ISM go up without risk assets following. Right? So ISM below 56 still, that's not a check. Got a couple more to get through. Actually, we've got one more to get through. Macro structure break. This is what calls the end of the end of the end. This is when no matter what you're looking at, everybody agrees it's over. This is the point that we're not riding our positions down into, by the way, which is why we're doing all of this, right? go to the macro. So this is our macro structure, right? This uptrend doesn't break until you lose 74.4, right? Once you lose 74.4, this structure is gone and it's a wrap. Now, like I said, do we want to ride shit all the way down? No, right? That's why we de-risked on the 9th before the largest liquidation event in history. That's why we de-risked on Halloween, because it's not necessary to take all those risks. But if you want me to give you my honest opinion, the bull market is not officially over until we break that. And it puts us in an interesting situation, because let's go back to our double top that we all love to hate so much. Price came down 55%. Not only 55%, but 55% at the beginning of a large bearish divergence. Right? Came up, made a lower high on RSI, but still put in the top. Higher than that 64. 64 put in that 69 top, and then it was over. Right? So if, and this is just if, we're just shooting the shit here. That 50% retracement would take you all the way down past that structure break. Right? So we're not even halfway through a mid-cycle top that recovered. So are there enough reasons to de-risk and be careful? 1000%. Like I said, that's why we've been doing this since early October. Can anybody tell you that this is over and that it's not going to pop back up and go to all-time highs? No. Not without complete speculation. Can anybody tell you that it's definitely going to go to all-time highs again? No. Again, not without complete speculation. But the best we can do is have mechanical triggers for our decisions. Right? And for me, until we check off a majority of these, then it's not over. Meaning I'm de-risking, I'm taking my profits, I won't be in, but I'm not giving up on the idea of a continued push to the top side as liquidity comes back into the market if we haven't had any of these flash. Right? Me personally, that's how I'm running it. And that's it. I think that about covers it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. If anybody missed that or comes in later, just direct them to the first 30 minutes of the stream, and that should save me a lot of talking today.
Thanks for that, Dbloc. That was awesome.
That was
Great information.
phenomenal, bro. Good shit.
Also, I tried to Cash App you earlier. Did your last two numbers change from 28 to 23 in your Cash App?
I don't think so. Let me see.
I can't find you anymore. Yeah. And so, for some reason, I can't super chat you. So
No, it should be 28.
Cash.
Go to
Caps.
go to, because I did change the name for, maybe that made a difference. Go to the Cypher by Dbloc.
I'll just
money sign the
the
Cypher
real
by
quick.
Dbloc. You should be able to find me like that.
Say that again. $sign what?
$sign the Cypher by Dbloc. No spaces, just the Cypher by.
For you guys on YouTube too, light him up with some super chats after that. You would have paid hundreds or thousands of dollars for that kind of EA anywhere else. That was awesome. Thank you.
Appreciate
Nah,
you,
that
bro.
was good. 190 people watching and only 14 likes is wild.
People are nervous right now, bro. They're not thinking about like buttons and shit right now. They're just shook. Understandably so. Yeah, so my point is this weekly candle close is going to be very important, right? Because if that weekly candle closes right now, more of those are triggered than not. But the reason we wait for 2 weekly candles is because in the past they have recovered within 1 week and left people in the dust. Yeah, we're at 59 likes. I definitely appreciate it, man. It gets YouTube to push us a little harder. But it just kills me when people are like, "Oh, it's all that hopium," and it's like, bro, if you understood how mechanical my exits are, like there's zero emotion involved whatsoever. And I think it's important to have that, because if not, bro, but you see how crazy the emotions are right now. If you didn't have a game plan set, you're probably like flailing in the wind. Ian, appreciate you, brother.
You lose
Great
Welcome.
the
content.
50.
So many gems. Good to be
The
listening
next
from
step
down
is to
under.
go for the 200, right?
Yeah, we got another Australian in the house. Let's go. We got damn near a whole rugby team at this point. And I want to point out too that none of these metrics, except for the CBBI, have anything to do with on-chain data. Right? Because I understand everybody's argument right now that the lack of euphoria is going to throw off a lot of the indicators that we usually use. Like this is all psychological, structural shit. Biggest problem bulls have right now is that the sentiment is complete ass. Appreciate you, Fast.
Well, mainly because of price. Look, there's still XRP above $2. There's still PNB around 1,000. Like,
I agree with that argument, foes. If we don't have a blow off top and we don't have euphoria, means we don't have tons of trap traders that will have to sell off throughout the bear market at different times, pushing price lower and lower and lower, right? So without euphoria, there is a chance that it's a muted bear market. And by muted, I mean something like 50% instead of, 70%. Yeah, fear and greed this low, bro. Like, I have certain rules that I can't break. Fear and greed 10, 11, 14. I'm in the game. The really good chart that I saw, see if I can find it. Somebody else put it together. It was on Twitter. But it was a fear and greed chart that showed the percentage increase after fear and greed hits a certain level over a period of time. Like after fear and greed hit zero after 6 months, how much is the increase? 3 months, 12 months. Pretty interesting. To say the least, the numbers were great, buying as close to zero as you possibly could. In my opinion, it's probably one of the better long-term strategies. Like if you know absolutely nothing about charting, and you have a long enough time horizon, which is important. meaning you're okay with starting to buy halfway through the bear as long as you're buying all the way down to the bottom, right? But yeah, making those buys over a 10-year span, 8-year span, 10-year span, you do a lot worse. I'll see if I can find that chart. Need to see if I can find my damn Uber driver is what I need to see. I've been waiting for food for the longest. How hard it is to listen to Fed
Why
man.
choose crypto and not the stock market?
That's a decision each trader is gonna have to make on their own. Right? It's one thing to know that liquidity is available. It's another thing to make the right decision on where that liquidity is going.
No, I mean, like, you know, if your plan is to invest every month for 10 years, I wouldn't go all in crypto.
I mean, I don't know.
Like
You could answer that question, I
25%
guess.
in crypto?
Why don't you just DCA the stock market?
But I would diversify, right?
Would, but do you? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So we could sit here and think about what we should do or would do, or but human nature is gonna pick the horse that what they consider to be the fastest horse, right? But yeah, diversification, 1000%. Bro, do you know how stupid I looked when I went in heavy on gold in the middle of what was a bull market that hadn't even really started yet? And people were like, "Why would you buy gold instead of Sol or ETH or diversification?" If I was wrong and gold didn't play out, then Bitcoin would have made up for it, right? But I ended up being right, and gold had a generational run, which even in gold numbers, it's not a lot percentage wise, right? But it's just about that hedge. We'll go over that a lot because a diversified portfolio doesn't mean that you have Bitcoin and ETH and utility and memes and gaming and AI and like that's diversified within crypto, right? But after a bull market like this, you see what happens when one sector just underperforms or if you're too, over diversified. You're like diluted basically. Bitcoin can move $10,000 at any time for no reason at all, Feldrick. That's a rule that I keep in the back of my head. We can attach a reason to it after it happens, but I've seen it happen so many times that I don't use any bots to stake, John. I would be careful. Yeah, be careful, man. Scams and shit are getting heavy around this time. People are desperate, looking to make up for what they thought they were gonna get, and feel robbed for. So they're willing to take risks, and the scammers are definitely out to take advantage of that. Low breaking W's create bear flags. We can get rid of that W now though, because we did put in a lower low. This is one of the patterns that I don't really cover often, because they're not super common. But you have a W that has a lower right side. Usually, I don't count that. The only time I'll count it is if it's a liquidity sweep, right? Because sometimes it's like a cleanup W that comes in to clear before it takes off. Just as an example, I'm not saying that's what this is. I'm saying this is an example of sort of what it looks like. You get that right side, and then on the left side, they decide to sweep the licks, but they keep it back in the range. But right now, though, we're just inside this physical, right? Pretty tight. DPVR squeezing.
Yo. And I just woke up and Bitcoin long failed, but ETH and Solana still alive.
Yeah, odd, right?
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I woke up. I'm like, what's going on? I didn't even mean to fall asleep. And then I look, I was like, oh, Bitcoin. And then I look at everything else, and I'm like, wait a minute, they're all still alive. It was just Bitcoin. I got stopped out. And I noticed that Bitcoin filled that wick on Binance Spot too.
Wow, you didn't sleep long.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what time. I honestly I fell asleep in my chair. I don't even. It was maybe an hour, 2 hours. I have no idea. I can tell how long I slept is based off of price action, and it was right around that wick, so 5:30, 2.5 hours.
But we explored it, made a lower low, and then it reacted a bit upward, but now it's, well, not doing much.
No,
Unable to put a high for now.
I just want to say that I also just woke up. And I also fell asleep in the chair. And I had a crypto dream. I dreamt that I was liquidated, and I woke up and I wasn't.
Sounds more like a nightmare.
I woke up, I looked at my phone, and I wasn't liquidated.
Talking about dreams, people dreamed of buying 90k when we were at 120, but now nobody wants it. Funny how it works.
Those who dreamed for it, you see, they got it, but they bought it anyway.
A dream come
Yeah.
true. Luckily for me, it was a dream come untrue.
I remember talking about 92, 96 when we were up above 110 and all, but it seemed not realistic.
And now these YouTube stars are talking about 75, like Moon Boy and stuff. They went short. He came up with two of his buddies today. Short. Ah, wow. You know how it is. They shorted and then they tell everybody just, sell it.
We'll be there pretty quick at this rate, you know. Another week and we're there. Huh? Well, two more weeks, something like that. Damn.
Yeah, at this point, all my whatever I have is spot positions, which and that's the only thing I have. I'm just holding, not selling anything. Not a time to sell, in my opinion, as none of the indicators showed that we reached the top. So I don't know. We'll see how it's gonna play out, or I'll hold it until next run.
Yeah. Well, maybe add a bit to it while we're in the bear.
Yep, exactly.
Dangerous behavior.
The S&P's green, back above 6790. New low. Yo, that might have been it. On Bybit, if it finally got right below golden. On log. Some alts are starting to make higher highs.
WLFI is looking good.
Which one?
WLFI.
Is that a coin?
Is that World Financial Coin?
Oh, W. Isn't it WFLI?
Yeah, WLFI.
Oh yeah. Wait, are you trading WLFI?
Sorry, what was that?
You're trading WLFI?
I'm just doing a quick scalp on it.
Dude, I wouldn't think you would be one to trade it. I know you're not the biggest Trump fan.
I just play the charts. Up or down, whatever it's given me, I'll take it.
Eddie.
Scared money don't make money.
I ain't hear no bell yet.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Fat lady is loosening up her vocal cords.
Ooh.
The fat lady. It's not over till the fat lady sings.
Ah, okay. I thought we had like some lady in the SEC or something like that, and then we have to worry about.
Bro, there's no one we need to worry about anymore. We're invincible. We just can't keep price up.
I mean, price is still good, I think. It's better we did this now than later, I think, right now, because that still gives us some time to pump in November. Hit that previous pivot point on the monthly at least, or somewhere close to it. We're already pretty close to it. Haven't broken any angular resistance on the monthlies. Getting very close to it, though. Very close.
Solana's catching some bits. Solana, Fidelity is launching their ETF for Solana tomorrow.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ETFs delayed, man, because of the government shutdown. So things might start get cooking. Let's go. I'm all in. I sold my Solana to buy Doge, but I hope Solana does good.
What's up, Drew?
What up? Who's that, Louis?
Yes, sir.
Word.
Just praying for a bounce, Drew, so I can cash out this thing.
Oh, for real, man. Slaughterhouse, dude.
Yeah, I'm over it, bro. I'm over it.
Yeah, Pepe's been getting slaughtered too, huh?
Like everything, like I have outs from 2021. Those are all slaughtered. Like I'm hanging by a thread. Like I think I'm at like almost break even. But if you count my 2021 stuff, I'm underwater. ETH has saved my life this season. So
Something's got to give pretty soon. That's the way I'm looking at it. Especially for these alts, man. Some of these alts, they've been through hell and back. And at least the ones that got a little bit of play time on the timeline on Twitter, at least, or on X, I think they still got a little spunk left in them. So that's what I'm betting on.
yeah, I took money out of ETH to put in alts because I was doing so good on ETH, and now all my alts are slaughtered for the most part.
Yeah, 1010, man. Everything with 1010 was really bad. And I think this is still kind of like the backdraft, or what do they call it, the after draft or the blowback.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
the
think
aftershock.
you playing with Zcash at all, Drew?
Zcash, nah. If I was, I'd probably short it though. If I was in leverage. I think it's dangerous to up here after this kind of run to get some more Zcash up here. That's just reckless. I mean, you never know though. Sometimes it keeps on running. But even with that dude Arthur Hayes, the way he just jumped on the scene like that, I think it's fishy. I think he's got like an inside deal with them to make it kind of seem like more optics that he's all in Zcash. He sold some of his ETH, some of his Bitcoin on some of his wallets, but I still think it's risky to go in something like Zcash here.
Yeah, I want to get a decent short position on that. But a buddy of mine was mining it, and he's pissed because he sold for like a lot lower than what he could have.
Time to do some push-ups.
I need to do some push-ups right now.
A lot of should have, could have, would have's out there, man. I bet you 80% of us look back at some of our orders, man. You could look back and just like even the alts that didn't run, there's probably positions we had that if we would have held on to that, would have been just, chilling a little bit better. Even ETH, the way it didn't really do anything, just holding on to ETH the last few years, even 4 or 5 years, instead of some of these plays and trying to like scalp them, it's a better move for a lot of the way people trade, I guess.
So I remember last Black Friday, I was like 2 to 3x, somewhere around there. And that's the best I've gotten this season, which is terrible in my opinion. That's why I never cashed out. I should have just cashed out.
Oh, there's some more push-ups. 2 to 3x is good, man. I mean, think about it, man. It's like, especially if you're doing spot, 2 and 3xing on spot, yeah, that's like pat yourself on the back type shit.
Yeah, the only profit I took was out of ETH. I'm dumb.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like, I feel like even if I was to try to play it smart and be like, let's play it safe and let's say 88K breaks and then just wait until we find a macro reversal to get back in position. The way I'm looking at some of these alts and like the way I'm accumulating Doge right now and this other little play I'm in, it's just like I'm just gonna keep on buying dips and just every week just keep on working, hustling on the side in the real world, generating some dry powder every week, doing a nice DCA, and that's it, man. Even if we go into a bear market, I'm not gonna stop DCAing in the bear markets. I'm just gonna let it ride.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm looking for a good de-risk opportunity.
But that's
That's how bad.
that's the thing. De-risking, like it's like which way. It's a relative thing because you could be like, yeah, well, I'm de-risking if you're going into stables or something, but you're also de-risking your chance of having a profit.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like de-risking right now would just be dumb. I'm like, just give me like a small percentage bounce, like 110 Bitcoin, I'm out.
And I guess de-risking is different to everyone. Some people like to de-risk to go from like a higher cap to a lower cap. Some people just de-risk just in and out. Some people de-risk in like some formula.
Oh no, after this run, I'm a Bitcoin maxi for sure after this run.
Yeah, to me, it just seems like, I mean, the way things are playing out, the safest plays, if everybody enjoys doing really heavy swings and like big plays, but just DCAing slowly but surely and like really big conviction plays that are, proven that they're resilient in the market. They might have not been winners, but at least they're like tested. And maybe a newbie here and there, you want to have a wild card in my opinion. But just to always have that, like, whether you do switch in position, it's like the way I'm doing, it's like I haven't been accumulating Doge this whole run. Like I did a run from like 14 to 23, then I scalped it and I got in pump, and then, from pump I got in something else. So I'm just like scalping, but trying to be conservative when I take profits. So I'm always like taking profits super early on my plays. But the thing is, like, I always jot down. I'm like, last time I had my Doge bag, I got to jot down how many Doge did I have, like hypothetically, let's say it was 1 million, right? Next time I get into Doge, I'm not going to get into it unless I get 1,100,000 or something, like 1 million, just a little bit over 1 million, like 1,000,000, even 50,000. And that's why I'm playing him. I'm like, all right, well, my opportunity right now at the time after my swings, I played a pump play or I played Mudang or I played whatever I played that was positive, and then I'm looking at get back in Doge. If after I take my profit, like I did the same thing after my Mudang play, I was like, all right, nice profit, but can I buy more Doge here? And Doge was kind of expensive at the time, so I was like, nah, let me get in something else. So, but the moral of the story is, I think even if you're getting in and out of your main like conviction plays, just to always jot down the number that you've been accumulating, and like even if you're not doing a proper DCA and you're still scalping on the way, to still when you have dry powder ready and you're like, all right, this week I got paid and where's the price of Doge? Now, if I buy Doge with this dry powder plus the bag I had, you're gonna have more. And obviously you want to do when it's on like a low RSI. But as long as you do that, I think in a scale of like 5 years, it's a no-brainer that you're gonna come out alive and probably swinging pretty nice. Now scalping and doing the way like right now Bitcoin is so smart to just screw up everyone what they think happens. Like Bitcoin's like, nah, sorry, maybe in the macro it happens, but like on these smaller plays, and smaller pivot points on the 6 hour dailies, it's just Bitcoin is just made to screw with people's heads. It's always gonna rain on the parade in my opinion. So it's just like, all right, man, you gotta pick and just like, all right, do I want Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Doge, XRP, whatever, Litecoin, once you know which ones you want, jot down every trade you make to make sure that you're accumulating more and more, not less and less. Because if you go down like 5 years down the road and you look back, you're like, yo, damn, 5 years ago, I had 3 million Doge and I made profit on the way, but why am I like 4 years later only sitting on 500,000 Doge? What happened here, you know? So that's the whole moral of my kind of story. Is always like, dude, every trade you get in, jot your last one and make sure you don't get in that trade unless you get more crypto than you had last time, or else you're doing it wrong.
I like that advice. I've been this is my second bull run, right, Drew? And I noticed I'm like, is this the way the game works? You're literally underwater about 80% of the time, and that 20% of the time you're above water. Just get out.
Yeah. With a DCA technique, yeah, I would say even like 90% of the time. And then when you have that 10% opportunity window, that's when you're fading out, but not like fully, like that's if you're like a scalper, you're like, all right, and you got your baby. Say you do, 75% hold, 25 profit. You're gonna do that. Me, I go in and out. Like I'm nuts. I'm like, all right, I feel like this is getting kind of toppy. I'm not gonna try to ride it to the top or have a run. I'm just like, bang, I'm out. And then I'll look for something else. I'll just start scanning the terrain and until I feel comfortable for the next play. And then when I get back into it, like I said earlier, it's like I'm not gonna get back into it, even if it's my baby, if I can't get more, which sometimes could be, dangerous because you don't want to lose, be like, oh, I lost position. Like I could have, I had 1 million and now this time I could only buy 980,000, and it's like you might screw yourself because if Doge has that run and you're just like because of that 20,000 or 200,000 Doge that you couldn't get, you lost position and you watch it run, you end up seething through your teeth.
That's the only coin
So
you're in right now is Doge.
now I got Doge, Valor, and some USD1, but USD1 stable, so but it's good. I got these little protocols running and stuff, but Valor is basically off of USD1, so I've been playing with the USD1 ecosystem. It had a top of like 15, 14, 15 million market cap, and now since everything got wrecked, of course, it got stretched down. It's like at 3.3 million. But I've just been playing with that on the side, and Doge is the main bag, and it's like Valor is just like my little fun play I'm having fun with right now. And what's cool, I don't like on Twitter. I don't even need to talk about Doge. So like on Twitter, I'm going ham on this Valor. Like I'm just going crazy with it.
What's your Twitter? Oh, we on YouTube. You can't say.
It's all good, man. Drew ETH, man. It's like that's me, Drew. Drew.eth. Watch out, Ben. I'm coming for you. Bitcoin's at that 90K area.
That's literally your last post was Valor.
Oh, dude, that's like my. I've been posting since day one, since its inception. I've been going ham.
Oh yeah, you were actually streaming the chart. I took a screenshot and I'm like, let me check this chart out on my own, see what it's about.
Yeah, it definitely got wrecked with everything, on this last little wreckage. But I'm a believer.
Yeah, believing has gotten me nowhere near fastest run. If
With me, long term believing has gotten me at nice positions. Short term is dangerous when you're just like, all right, let me see, is it going to be a quick runner? But like once you feel like something's gonna like kind of, you know, it has what the ingredients it needs not to be a rug. You know, the team, the dev, if they're connected to some official account, someone's following them, they got a little bit of traction, things like that. But yeah, besides that, danger.
I feel bad for the noobs because I'm like, yo, if I was a noob this run, I would never come back in this space ever. I would just be like, screw. I'm like, this is pointless.
Well, that's basically what happened. I mean, it's a slaughterhouse. Everyone, there's just like carnage everywhere right now. We're just walking around like digital paraphernalia and like a wasteland, of cemetery of souls lost, and like degen just gone in the trenches, limbs lost, slit open. I better chill for
Mad,
yeah.
I
Mad
mean, this,
Max crypto.
I'm a max pain. I can't take anymore. Any lower, and I gotta get
I'm
out.
I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm not gonna front. Like, you know, I'm definitely underwater on my accumulation since I'd say the last 2 months that I've been 3 months. My last kind of pivot point I had. So ever since 1010, basically, I've just been swimming underwater, getting accumulating, DCAing, and it could be a death spiral. You know, that's the risk of it. You know, and that's kind of you have to confront that and be like, are you ready for this to be a death spiral for Bitcoin to just go straight to like $20,000? And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm ready for it. You know, mentally, I've already thought out the scenario. What would happen even if I got wrecked right now and someone hacked me? Let me knock on wood. But you got to prepare yourself for the worst, and then I think you can get in the trade better mentally once you know it's like, all right, that's worst case scenario could happen. And like 1010 to me, that happened like basically twice because I was in WLFI and that got hit before the dump and it dropped like 35-40%, and then it dropped another 50-60, or like really quick flash crashed. But yeah, it was a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, this just reminds me of last bull run when we were at the end and we broke 30K and all hell broke loose. And I just couldn't believe it because I was so hype on dope on Hopamine, and I never cashed out. I just rode it all the way down, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that this run. I feel like I got something to lose, so just makes more sense to buy cheaper at the low.
Yep.
And I'm
It's,
just
it's
buying
like
Bitcoin, like, and maybe some ETH and some SUI, but that's it. Like, I'm not going crazy on anything else.
Yeah, to me, it seems like Bitcoin obviously is kind of like the center gravitational pull of the market. So I'm like, all right, well, the psychological level of 100K, even though we stretch down under, can that be the magnet for Bitcoin right now? I think the way institutions, big players, big money, the way they're gearing up is like, yeah, this area, even though we're not at 100K right now, we're testing 90K. I still think this whole area from like 90K to 110K is kind of like a new range that's how like the new player, not new players, but players that have been waiting for the administration to have a little bit better rules and things like that. Now you could see them getting heavier and heavier in positions. Jack Dorsey, he just bought another 319 Bitcoin the other day. So he was, and like that was before the dump too. It dumped after he bought. So they're still accumulating, and they're not just buying and selling. Like people are getting scattered around. Like Arthur Hayes, he lost a lot of position on some of his tracked wallets. He probably has other wallets he does all types of crazy stuff with, but the Arkham wallets and stuff that people are tracking, like he lost so much position, especially like when he first said Bitcoin was going 100K and it didn't dip that much. It dipped down to like 112 or something like that. And then he hesitated, so he lost position because he got out and then he jumped back in thinking it was like, all right, now it's time. It might go back up and break 125, 130. And he got in and I forget what the move it made, but now we're here. So I think he's probably out. He said that he was out and he bought more ZEC, right? More Zcash, and he was fading out of his Bitcoin, Ethereum. I didn't check the Arkham stuff, but he's just been like, I don't know, it's been kind of degen. Seems like he's in the trenches right now. Like reckless. Like it just seems for him to fade out of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Like I could see, all right, fade out of your Bitcoin. I don't know if he faded out 100% though. I gotta, watch what I say. But I know he faded some of it recently, like this last week, and Ethereum.
I mean, Drew, if you got to go out and make money for dry powder, this is a terrible bull run. Because last bull run, I don't think you were in that condition.
Yeah, it's definitely different, man.
Like we were all we were also all getting stimulus. So
Well, this could be the top end, of the bull run, I guess. Depends how you look at it. And we might still have a blow off top. That's what I'm crossing my fingers that Bitcoin still makes a nice little quick power move before the end of the year and we get those wash trades and everything coming up. Just one little last move, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But I think the cards and everything is aligned pretty right. And for us to have this dip is actually bullish for this next leg up, in my opinion. So I think these are blessings in disguise right now, especially if you have dry powder. Non-financial advice could also be a death trap, death spiral straight down to hell. But I'm all in. The bulls.
I'm buying some crypto stocks and bonds after this.
All right, we got some big sells coming in. I'm not gonna front big sells, but I'm still holding.
It's funny how fast things change. I think 2 weeks ago I was in here saying like, "Oh, you can never shake me out." Now I'm like, "Oh."
Bitcoin was born to do that, shake people out.
It's like it hurt me. Drew, if we do dip, hypothetically speaking, if we've been in a bear market and we just go lower, wouldn't that mean it would be a bad fourth quarter for companies since people will have less money to spend?
I mean, I don't think this, even the market, like legacy market and crypto market, if it dips, depends. Like for retail money, they have to spend like directly. Like I don't think it's gonna be quick enough to affect retail. Like they're spending money. Let's say for holidays, Black Friday, but for spending for investments, for investors, Yeah, they're getting ringed out right now, it seems like. Especially, I mean, right now it's just like it's been a playground of leveraged platforms. So many leveraged platforms coming out, even on low caps, and it's like the arcade now. And people just, like I said, man, it's a slaughterhouse. So I'd say only 5% make it out alive, 3% profit, 2% big profit.
Yeah, that's another thing. We really haven't seen any like platforms just die or like rob people. I mean, we did have a clean out of books, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But
Yeah, knock on wood, there's definitely gonna be some more spooky scenarios that develop. They're bound to happen. Things happen. Hopefully, it won't be anything bad too soon.
yeah, like if we spiral down, we'll be like that clean out of books. We should have taken that as a huge like bear flag.
What's scary is a lot of times, like, there'd be like just like a retracement, and then the bad news comes and really hits, while you're kind of in a nice range. But right now, we're trying to find a new psychological local level. I think 90K obviously is a psychological. I wouldn't be surprised if we tap that 88. Anything below 88, man, I'm gonna have to roll up a fatty. I'm gonna go crack a brew or actually a cider, and just play, play it slowly. Not sell any of my positions, but just rethink a little bit. Because I think 88K is gonna hold that 88, 85 area. I think it's gonna hold.
I'm just worried about the weekly closes.
Yeah, those affect, man, that market sentiment too, and like the way they shape out, the candle patterns and everything, and the way the weekly close is really important, I think. Yeah, Dbloc's really big on these weekly closes right now too, from what I understood.
Yeah, I only follow him and one other guy, and the other guy is more of like a stock dude who's been doing this for like 20 years and has like a low following, which I like. And yeah, pretty much both saying the same thing.
Yeah, some confluence is good to hear. What up, Hella Puff?
Yo, Hella Puff, where you been, bro? I feel like I haven't seen you in years. Yo, same here, same here. I try to keep some kind of speaker on this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get mad because I can't listen into this at work. And that's my biggest upset right now.
Why not? You can't have just a really low one ear, like one headphone, just one ear headphone. You can still hear your environment,
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I do got AirPods.
but just put one of them in, so you can still kind of tune it out if you want.
Yeah, I don't want to hit anything. There goes my job.
But you gotta like hear stuff.
Yeah, I definitely like, especially if I'm like around buildings, like if I'm in the city center of town, like yeah, I gotta really put an ear to the ground.
Where
But believe me,
Man, I mean, right now I'm thinking more fundamental than technical, so I don't think there's any technicals that could spook me right now, just because the fundamentals of the next 2 years, how I think the whole crypto landscape is going to develop in the USA is just going to be the crypto capital, and everyone's going to fight to be the crypto capital, which is going to be bullish. Dubai, Singapore, China, everywhere. They're all going to want it. Even UK, Estonia, dude. People are sleeping on Estonia, man. They're doing a lot of crypto stuff. But anyways, I think it's just gonna get super globally bullish right now. We're gonna transfer. I mean, look at Solana's last post. It's pretty interesting on their last post on Twitter. And basically, what's happening right now, we're undoing like 426 years of what financial business world is used to. Basically, adding a digital wallet and everything's gonna be able to be happen in one click in a decentralized fashion. But now that we got I'm not going to say US runs the world, but they're pretty dominant in a lot of things. And for the US to be so bullish on crypto and now to have allies, crypto allies all across the map right now that are trying to help the US become the crypto capital and them like being okay to being satellites is super bullish too. And of course they're not going to like all want to be number 2, number 3. Dubai is going to want to be number 1. So I think that's going to be a healthy competition. It's going to be U.S. versus Dubai, I think. And China, they're doing some cool stuff too. So it's just going to be bullish. It's going to be competition, man. And right now the regulations are getting clear, so institutions are backing it, and they're allowed to back it with less liability than they had back when Biden was running stuff. So it's just so much more money. The tokenization of everything we own right now is going to get tokenized, I think. Probably maybe not in our lifetime, but it's starting to. Like even Trump's assets, like his real estate assets, are going to be tokenized right now in RWAs. Like you can buy some of his real estate, you know, just through some kind of blockchain transaction, and it can be all fractionalized too. So it's going to be everything's going to be more liquid, more money coming in. I'm super bullish. Yo, that's like the Warren Buffett way, man. That's like the safe DCA way, in my opinion. Is just like, especially if you're doing something like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, even Doge. Yeah, they're dangerous. They're volatile, but for a 5 year, 6 year play, if you're like really dedicated, and like, all right, you might have to hang around and just keep on buying. You might be underwater for a whole year. I think that's the safest way to make a profit. Some life changing profits in less than a decade. You know. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. Maybe they should, but for me, it's like I don't know. The technicals won't shake me out just because of the bullish environment. I think we're gonna have 2026 and 2027. Yeah, or like macro RSI. Like weekly RSIs. Monthlies are kind of tough, but weeklies, pretty good. If you get in when the RSI is really low on a weekly, if you're in a spot trade and just patient for that RSI to get nice and hot on the top side, usually I'd say 9 out of 10, maybe 8 out of 10 times you're getting out in a profit, as long as you're not in like some extended bear market, you know. Even if you're in chop, or of course in a bull market, you know, it's going to be easy peasy in a bull market. But I mean, you could, yeah, you could look at it, the trajectory. You know, you can look at it, basically the curve and like the steepness of the slope and how fast it happens. So yeah. Euphoric for which one? Oh hell yeah, yeah. 2021. You mean the top? I don't know. I felt like when Bitcoin was around like 69K, even though people were feeling kind of toppy, it was still euphoric as hell because the climb was from you had to run. Where was it? Like it was coming out of the crypto winter when just 2020 in April 2020, Bitcoin hit it was like 3,700 area. Remember, on some exchanges it went down like 3,500. So yeah, I remember. Well, nah, I mean I'm talking about 2020. So there was when Bitcoin went down to like 30K, that's when I was thinking it was gonna drop a little lower down like 15K when it didn't. But here, I don't know if that's when you were talking about, but yeah, it went down all the way to 3,500 ish. That's like March, April 2020. Actually, 14, yeah, 14th of March, 14th of March. So you're coming, that's the bottom you're coming out of to make that double, it wasn't even double top. So you made the move 2021 April, you hit 66K, dipped real quick, shook everyone out, went all the way down to 29K, and then back up to 69K. That was like that shook that everyone got shook up there. So I can see why the euphoria was gone for that second pump. That makes sense what you're saying. But the first pump, it was super euphoric. Like the 66, like April. Remember, like 420, people were just wilding out. 420. I don't know, man. I think it's a whole different beast right now. And just the way the chart's set up is like, I mean, I shouldn't say this, I'm not going to lie though, but looking at this weekly chart zoomed out and pretending it's like a 5 minute chart or 10 minute chart, I'd be like, yeah, this is going to dip back down to 22,000, 23,000 area. But that's just looking at a chart. And that's why I'm like, all right, I'm hoping that fundamentals trump like technicals, like they become heavier than the technicals this 2026 and 2027. And a lot of times they could be. And some people are like, yeah, give me the charts and I'll tell you the news. But I think there's moments where it's like, all right, no matter what, it's like yeah, the charts might be set up a certain way, and the news is going to happen. And, the charts would have done whatever was supposed to happen anyways, regardless of the news. I think there's scenarios where the news, if it's bullish or bearish enough, like it doesn't give a shit what the chart is saying. It's gonna just run right through that, whether the chart was set up to absorb it or not. If it's big enough, it runs through their sell books or buy books. So, and sometimes the market makers, they just get out of the way and they're like, all right, oh, something anomaly, and they're just like hit the brakes and just let fate take its course. Who knows, man? I'm super blazy. I'm about to twist up another one, and I'll be right back because I gotta go grab a drink. Much love to y'all.
Yo, we breached 90, below 90, briefly.
I have to fight the impulse. What do you say? We're gonna stop at 89 or go to 82? Man, they're not the order book on average, aren't they? Wow.
Wow, we broke golden pocket. Gnap. Oh well. So 89. That was quick. Hmm.
Yeah, I think that's it. What do you think?
I mean, if I were trying to shake off other folks and accumulate a ton of Bitcoin, this would be a really opportune moment. However, we went pretty deep, boys.
Yeah. Solana is what? Wait, what's dominant? 59%. Oh yeah, we're dropping on dominance. Crypto alt season is here while Bitcoin just goes down. But hey, at least that's how you end up not getting stopped out from Solana, but getting wrecked on the bigger ones. Makes sense. We wanted alt season. Well, we're getting it. It's just a bit odd alt season. Dominus is at support though here. Let's see what happens. What did ETH do? It's still at 3K. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna guess it's mainly ETH. Up 1% on the pair. But I need an ABC to go long, and on Bitcoin there's absolutely no B. There's just A down. I need like a sign of strength, so a B up, and then a C down that puts a lower low. So and I want to see it on an hourly chart. And right now, but you're just going straight down. So Golden Pocket was able to hold price for like a few hours there, like 6-10 hours. But that's all. Yeah. Now, if that doesn't hold, well, the next fib is 85. Now, from level to level, we're getting close to 75 here. We're halfway there. Well, more than halfway there now. That's extreme though. How much are we like down 30% now? Yeah, this should be close to bottoming now. We're down 30% almost on Bitcoin. 29 something, yeah. It's funny. It's like last time, fake out below 90K. I remember that trade. Fake out below 5th of December. Boop, straight up to all-time highs. To double top and then come back down to 75. I remember longing 89. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we had support at 90K and it did a fake out below 90K there. Different stuff though right now. We have bigger problems than those that small stuff. Well, I mean, people are just not interested in buying Bitcoin. They're buying alts, and you see some alts refuse to go down while Bitcoin goes down for multiple days now. Man, when alts give up, it's going to be explosive. Like, oh. Either Bitcoin turns around, and then alts were a bit right to hold their ground while Bitcoin was going down, right? Or Bitcoin doesn't turn around. And I mean, eventually will see something very red on these alts, no? How can ETH be like still around 3K? That's cool. I guess it's still cheap. It's still cheap, 3K. Well, yeah, it's not like
Well,
ETH went to 10,000, right? So
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Was that, like ETH was relatively flat compared to what predictions or expectations were, right? So I feel like, you know, if the rubber band's stretched a lot, you know, the rubber band's gonna snap back real hard. But if the rubber band's not stretching, it's like ETH. I feel now. I mean, you could say this about Bitcoin currently, right? But I feel like ETH underperformed this cycle. So if it underperformed, I'm not really expecting explosive overperformance because we didn't dump too much, but we also didn't pump too much.
Yeah. Total is at 3 trillion. COVID all-time highs. Well, that was true earlier too. Are we just
Man,
seeing money exit Bitcoin to go into alts right here? Like, total is dropping less than Bitcoin. Yeah, total is down 1%. Bitcoin is down like, I don't know, 5-6%. Well, since daily open, Bitcoin is down 1.7. Total is down 0.9. Well, yeah, nobody. Damn, people have courage to buy alts while this happens, or maybe they're, yeah. Well, we'll see. You watch the Bitcoin dump from 95 to 89, and you buy alts. That's not gonna end good, right? Oh,
I
what?
guess.
I'll go back to sleep. Screw this. Give up.
Have a have a
See
good
you.
night. As they say, I guess you could say you can't have reward without a little risk, but you also can't have slaughter without some pigs.
That's balls to the walls risk right now, though. Susie, how's the French stock market doing?
Um, well, I had more my eyes on American ones lately, but it did a new all-time high. Just 2 days ago or something like that, we did a new all-time high when Bitcoin lost 100K or something like that. As if people are just selling Bitcoin to buy stocks. Yeah. We did a new all-time high on Thursday, last Thursday. So it's doing fine. Yeah. LVMH recovered its big dip thanks to Trump tariffing French luxury goods. We had a dip to buy, and it recovered it. I didn't sell. Maybe I should pull some profits out of there. Yeah. Wait, what was the ticker? MC, right? MC LVMH 624. Yeah, that's not too late to sell.
Yeah, that might have been it.
Uh, yeah. Yeah, but then where are the buyers? Where's the V? Where's the, where's the, okay, but we're gonna be exigent about the momentum, right? Like, if it's just a straight down, quick back up, but let's do it. No hesitation to break out levels, and it's already stuck at 91, huh? Becoming now, well, it's not resistance in the books, but just did a double top at 91 on the 1 minute, right? So That's a bit odd quick recovery where you take a pause below the 200 on the 1 minute and you can't even get above the 1 minute average. Oh, I don't know. I guess at least there's a green candle. Maybe that's sellable. It's better than selling 89, right? How about futures? Okay, they're red. Well, a little bit. So gap down at market open tomorrow.
El Salvador's buying. They just disclosed the largest single day purchase of Bitcoin, 100 million.
Yeah. Yeah. That first didn't end up good for them last time. But with enough time, it ended up a good plan, right? I think we heard about El Salvador bullish narrative during the bear market last time too. No, I forgot, but in the end, it was a good plan, yeah, for them to buy.
Yeah, look at Solana. Solana's looking pretty strong here finally after days of looking weak.
Strong. Strong against Bitcoin, yes. Strong by itself, I don't know really. But it's at resistance here, right? So if it can reclaim this level, yeah. Reclaim 135, flip it into support. Pump to 140, come back down to 135, and continue upward. Yeah. Momentum, but hey, it's got momentum over to the upside, Solana.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the first time I've seen it have momentum. It is.
Oh no, so the first time it had the same stuff yesterday too, when it pumped from 134 to 142. No, well, it's about the 15-minute 200 EMA. Bitcoin hasn't really been able to reclaim it as support since 108. No, forgot. When was that thing support last time? I mean, we tried at 105, but it was really support only. Yeah, the climb back up to 116. Yeah. And Bitcoin is pretty far below its 15-minute average here. Like we're down 5%, right? So return to the mean would be 94 on the 15-minute time frame. Well, that would be a first sign of something happening. Yeah. Well, something changing. It'll probably just get rejected there anyway. Well, that could be a short plan. Port 96, and now expectation is lower, so I guess port 94, yeah. Oh, Mantle came close to $1. But with ETH not dropping, a lot of ETH layer 2s are also not dropping. There's nothing left in the books. We took out that 90,000. Yeah, that's why price is back here. It's the battle happened at 90,500. And then we had another buy wall at 90k, but it was smaller.
Let's
But
go, Zeusy. Let's get these bulls going. We're going to the moon from here. Finally got to wreck everyone. Now we can keep on going up.
it worked last time, right? Last time all you had to do was wait for just a bit below 90k. And what we did here, we got just a bit below 90k and back up. But very different context. You know, we were not at the end of the cycle. We didn't have a death course, whatever's going on the macro. Oh, but still, support should act as support, and 90k was a support. It's just that on the way up, we didn't get rejected at 90k, right? We went straight up. So we're going straight down. It's in the middle of that vector, right? That vector from 85 to 94. 89 is like the midpoint. That's another argument, I guess. And in a bull run, you don't fully recover your vectors. You like to find support in the middle, right? If you look at the breakout from 85 to 94, the middle should be roughly around here now. I didn't check. 88.5. Oh no, 89.300 would be the middle. 89.3. 88.5 would be golden.
I think that was it.
89.3.
I think that was it. Look at the reaction of the alts. They're pushing. Just need Bitcoin.
Oh, they don't care.
Oh.
They don't care. We're desperate. Like, so we don't care what Bitcoin is doing. We're just buying our alt and crossing our fingers. I mean, I'm not doing that, but I think that's what a lot of people are doing here.
Yeah, a
Seriously,
lot
out of
That's what I'm doing.
a lot of them made higher highs on that bottom.
out of curiosity, Zuzi, the contrarian in you, are you buying or selling Bitcoin at this point, or sitting back?
I can only buy it in a downtrend. I buy downtrends, I sell uptrends. It's not hard. So I can't sell. Like, it's literally not allowed. I could always cheat and sell, right? But in theory, I'm not allowed to sell during a downtrend. I buy during a downtrend. I sell during an uptrend. Well, I had 2 years of an uptrend to sell.
Bitcoin.
And now, now there'll be an uptrend to sell. At worst case, it'll start at 75k. We're not dipping below that, right? Tell me we're not dipping below 75. Strong support there. And it's not even at 75, it's higher. It's at more like at 85.
Well, eventually we will, but not now. I'm pretty
But
sure
it's
we're
straight
we're
down.
we're close to a bottom here. If that wasn't it, like we're pretty close.
You know, maybe it's the last time we see. I mean, there could be a scenario. This could be the last time we ever see Bitcoin below $90,000. You got to think about that. That way, this is just a little opportunity to get your last bag before we do that blow off top. And that blow off top, even with how blow offy it's going to be, it's still going to be able to snap back into psychologicals between 90 and 110, I think.
Yeah, but it's still expected to come back down here, even if we pump to 150, right? You'll get another opportunity
It
of
depends. No, it depends what kind of things. No, I mean, if we get some really bullish things, you know, and especially with this framework that's happening right now, and the last papers and the Genius Act and everything. There's one more element I think that's about to get put out, but I think that's going to be first quarter of 2026. And it's not the Genius Act. It's one last thing that has to do with the whole framework and like the wording of the laws to make sure there's not too much liability for these institutions. And I think that has something to do with the FTC, or not just so the SEC is not going to regulate crypto anymore. And once that's 100% in effect, it's going to go wild.
I was also gonna say this is like the first dump and recovery that actually feels a bit like a recovery. Like I feel like the last several times we dumped and it started to get bullish, it was very lackluster. And maybe with all of the assets going into alts, when alts start to uh, produce diminishing returns, and if we are able to kind of hold this level for a bit, I could see sentiment coming back in that we had lost, right?
If Bitcoin gets cheap enough, people will sell their alts to buy back Bitcoin. I mean, it's kind of the case here, honestly.
Well, it depends though. Not if Bitcoin gets cheap though, and some alts move before Bitcoin does, they're not going to lose their position if the alt's moving.
Right, but if the alts get too cheap, right, they may put it back into Bitcoin if Bitcoin's holding while the alts, because like we've seen this like a bit, right? Is like as Bitcoin was dumping, a lot of the alts are kind of holding their levels. So if that flips and Bitcoin's holding its level and the alts are kind of dumping, all that money that just went into Zcash, all that money, those things might migrate back into Bitcoin when they see kind of like what they saw in these alts as Bitcoin was dumping, right?
Anything is possible. It felt likely that we'd get a bit of an alt season during a Bitcoin down move because it didn't happen during the up move. I think unfortunately that's what we're seeing here. Downward dominance with Bitcoin also downward. Yeah, it's odd.
I do think that that's the most, I mean, like what you're talking about is the most likely scenario. And I do think this.
It's the worst for also. I mean, it's not the worst because dominance could be upward, but
Yeah, and
No,
even though I like Bitcoin V shape, I it's until I actually see a pump, it's it doesn't mean, you know, doesn't mean much, right? It may just be the jump off point or the rescue ship, flight rescue ship.
maybe we're seeing the effect of ETFs where you end up with ETH and Solana and other coins holding. Well, they didn't hold; they also went down, right? But on the small time frames, they did a good job here, yeah, of not dropping. Well, Bitcoin couldn't hold the golden area and went down another X%. 3%? Whoa. Yeah, whoa, it dropped.
So I feel like ETH kind of had its time throughout the season a bit, even though it didn't produce the results that were expected. I kind of feel like Solana got left behind, and I do wonder if Solana was going to have some major moves at this point. It's like
120 is a macro SR area. It makes sense for Sol to start showing some strength in this area. Only if it's 2800, we're like front running it a bit by trying to hold 3K. I guess on XRP it's $2, on Cardano it's 50 cents, which it lost, but you know, overall. Like they can probably withstand a few days of Bitcoin down, holding their macro levels. Doge is still sitting around 16 cents too, right? Well, a bit lower, but too far from 16 cents. While Bitcoin dropped like 15% lower. Yeah, it's macro stuff at play. But eventually, it'll have to come down too. If Bitcoin doesn't reverse, you said you felt like Bitcoin is in a stronger reversal here on the 15-minute. Absolutely not. But in my opinion, but the reason why we think like that is alts. Yeah, because some of them are like doing better than Bitcoin. Then I guess this Bitcoin recovery looks better on our accounts. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean, the reason this recovery feels better is the other ones didn't really feel like a recovery. They were like kind of a slow, dragged out, like a bitter fight to try to recover. Whereas this one feels like it was a quick bounce. I know that doesn't mean much if we don't get past, kind of like where we flattened out for a sec.
Oh, you're right. You
But
mean the angle of the up move, right? Like it went up sharply. That's what you mean.
the velocity, right? The velocity
Yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah. That's like that. Now that that only lasts as long as like it also only matters if people really notice it, right? Because if they're too busy in their alts, they may not notice it, and it may not produce the results that it could. But it does feel a bit like a spring back into like kind of like recoiling versus before it felt like we like bounced and rolled and then tried to bounce it off the ground again. This also feels a little bit more like a bottom, right? Than the other ones have. The other ones kind of felt like a slide. And
We
I think with go
saw
ahead.
an 8 in the first digit of Bitcoin. So yeah, maybe. Yeah, the first number matters, right? It was well, it used to be a 0 even, but. But it's just another software, right? 91.2. Hold it as support, and now looks like we found resistance there. Actually, we didn't go to 91 to 91, 90,900. Yeah, couldn't even reach resistance.
Like would very much need to see
Strong recovery would reach resistance.
either a W form or a deeper reach down, a stronger recovery, and like a inverse head and shoulders or something. I think that might get the attention of enough people and get those inflows back in, right?
But with alt ETFs being the new shiny thing, yeah, it might continue to drain Bitcoin ETFs from those inflows. It's been getting. Well, it's more like outflows now, but. Now I want to go sleep. But let's see if 90K holds this time as a high low. Or do we have to go below again? Oh.
I'm a bear now. Sorry. .
Oh, you don't have to be sorry about anything.
I've seen enough.
I was gonna say, gonna be 100% honest, but yeah, I'm happy for you, whatever you are. I just, I hope I make money. I hope you make money too. But
Well, I'm in a hedge. I can't just sit here and keep allowing him to drain me down.
no, and look, it's also like I was thinking about this as we were dumping kind of down to this point. Was I was like, man, you know, if I approach this with full sentiment and you know they take my money, I'm gonna be very upset. Right? So if changing your bias is grounded in good analysis, right? One of the things around that. I'd rather change my bias than get
Actually,
milked the bear, right?
I take it back. I'm not a bear. I'm a bearish bull.
Yeah, just don't be a pig. I don't want to be a pig either.
I'm
So.
still long. I'm just now. I'm gonna hedge it, and it went under 89. So who knows? They might go all the way to 70s now. Back to where they started, double bottom. That or
Yeah,
this
yeah. Lose.
or we're in the bear market and we're gonna go all the way down.
I
No,
mean,
it doesn't matter if you consider we're in a bull or a bear. It'll go up whether you're in a bull or a bear eventually. Right? Like once you find support somewhere, who knows where it is? It could be here. It could be 75, 85. It could be even much lower. Could go straight down to 50k too. Who knows? But eventually it'll find support and then climb back up to confirm resistance because it's leaving. Well, when you're impulsively moving down, you're leaving levels that we don't know if people really want to sell them.
well, and that's sort of the like the beauty of well, the potential of being a short-term trader too, right? Is as a short-term trader, it doesn't matter if it's bull or bear as long as you're um, making the right trades and not over trading and you know minding your risk and minding your reward, right?
You're gonna use a bit different. Well, you might use different TPs depending on if you're in a downtrend or an uptrend. I don't know.
Certainly, but I like
Context matches to scalpers too.
yeah, and like the awareness to the data, awareness to what's happening in the market, awareness to sentiment is still important. But the like you'll know after enough time, right, what it is. But when you're in this sort of phase where it's like transitionary, right, it potentially could be XYZ, still has the potential to be XYZ, then you know, you have the ability to play on both ends, but you just can't let what is it? You can't let your emotion take control of good practice in trading, right? And or you'll end up eating into your own profits and diminishing your bag instead of accumulating during it, right?
No. It's not only crypto going down, by the way. Futures are down too, so at least we got that today, well, this night. And gold also a bit red.
It's volatility right here. Right. What rebounces potentially may be very important if we bounce.
It's Sam. Sam is back doing whatever he was doing last cycle on Soul. Keeping it high. We've seen this happen last cycle too. Well, there's gonna be a double bottom. It looks like nobody really wants to buy 90k still. Although, oh, okay.
You already broke the 89K node or whatever, so it's a wrap.
Well, I mean, hear me out, right? If we do,
The rep is on the macro, it's not on the small time frame.
this kind of almost feels like it could become an inverse Adam and Eve if you're looking at it on some of the smaller time frames. Now, not completed pattern, but momentum seems to be slowing down a little bit on the way down. But where do we stop? Where do we bounce? Where do we wake?
Somewhere really, really, really low with a really long red wick. And that's when I'll click sell and sell my hedge.
Does she have those apple bottom jeans?
It's getting hot. She took all her clothes off.
Things happen so quick.
Good morning.
Hello.
Bad morning.
I took a little nap.
It does feel like the battle's going on right here at 90K, right?
Well, maybe, but not on Binance. Happened already earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
Low volume
I mean,
or low volume?
volume's not here. But it
But
doesn't
yeah,
take much.
it could be a higher low, you know, as long as you don't go below the previous low, it's a higher low.
Yeah, one higher low, and then like I said that kind of the sloping of everything feels a bit like a formation, either an inverse Adam and Eve, or it could become an inverse Head and Shoulders if we do make a lower low.
What?
But the way this would be like we are getting ready to form second peak on Adam and Eve, or getting ready to form the center peak on inverse Head and Shoulders on smaller time frames. It wouldn't be much, but like I said, if this looks like a bottom for long enough on larger time frames, maybe not larger, but intraday, maybe we can bring sentiment back in, right? Dependent on a lot of things, obviously. There's so again a lot of ifs. Also, take my hopium with grains of salt, because I do just I want a recovery here, because if we from here, I'd like to be in early. I'm certainly pulling on threads so far. Now, if you do look at like 4 hour, RSI is in a decent position for a recovery. We also do have a bit of a setup that could make a decent inverse head and shoulders in the 4 hour as well, because we spent so much time at 96, between 96 and 97. So, I mean, it's not a huge, it's not a very clear pattern yet, but, or beginning of the pattern yet, but I mean, it is feasible, but not without a
Well,
pretty strong shift, right?
first, you need price to go to 96, then come back down again to 93, then go back up again to 96, and then there'll be a head and shoulder to play. Yeah, but
Yeah, but that, I do think if we can get back up to 96, that'll bring enough hope back in. And if we don't pass 93 on the way back down, I mean, I'm like pulling on threads here, but I do think that'd be a bit more convincing than a lot of the rest of
it's gonna take weeks.
it would now this would also require a very much of a stretch and a very much right translated cycle or extended cycle, right?
No,
But
no,
there,
no. Forget whether we go into new all-time highs or not. You know, it doesn't matter.
I'm not talking about where it goes from there. I'm just talking about to be able to form this pattern because I can't even. Um, I'm not even interested in trying to consider whether or not we can hit an all-time high from here until I see something recover, right? So I'm just talking about how we would even get to the place to maybe have a launch board from there. Whether it's all-time highs or not, I actually don't really care because even if it allows us to accumulate a bit more before dumping, that'd be, or well, at least for the bulls, right? That'd be great. But I certainly don't have my hopes up. However, like I said, when I look at these higher time frames, you know, if we can recover, there's uh, there's a lot of peaks from the micro up to the macro that are pretty sharp point down, um, with some with some consolidation at certain points along the way, that could provide for such a move, right? Again, with uh, with an abnormal cycle length, or even if not cycle length, with a different timing, at least on the bottom of a bear, at very least.
I just wanted to say, to get a reversal pattern, it's gonna take time. You know, if you so yeah, it's gonna take time. We could the only scenario where you do recover without a reversal pattern is like a blow off bottom. Yeah, a bit like 1010.
Yeah,
Quick dip
absolutely.
down to 85 and then close the candle back above 90. And then yeah, start to climb and well, should probably just to find resistance, confirm resistance at 98.
Yeah, I mean the
And then
likelihood
at
is,
that point, we'll have a bit of a bottom to work with on the next down move.
yeah, the probability of like these what I'm looking or what I'm considering a possibility is very low. However, that's kind of that is the one thing that I think actually gives it some viability is it's the thing that is so unlikely, well, not so unlikely, but like unlikely enough with enough of the pieces in place already, or at least half of the pieces in place already, if it goes from here, and to be able to change sentiment wildly, but also um, to rip past a lot of people, uh, and but yeah, I'm not certainly is not something that is
You
likely.
can't. Sentiment of this takes time to change. Sentiment of 1010, same stuff. It takes time to change. There's no switching sentiment
Absolutely.
that quickly. But a few green candles can still make people who feel bearish or don't look at crypto buy. If tomorrow in the
And
headlines there's like Bitcoin crashed to 50K, people might open the chart and buy some. And it's what's going to happen.
yes,
Right?
and
Tomorrow you'll probably have titles about Bitcoin below 90K and stuff like that, and it might bring interest back in the charts. Even though
so
sentiment would remain bearish, it'll change as soon as there's a bottoming formation.
yeah, I mean, it take a lot of things. I will say, and here, today traffic was very bad, but that's because all the federal government employees are going back to work. So there are some things that could produce a shift in sentiment, kind of from the state that we've been in. Um, at least that we've been seeing in crypto, right? There's there are some pieces that could shift, but I think it would still need either a like a major catalyst, or uh, maybe a bit of chaos, right?
Hmm. I don't know what's happening in this commerce war, trade war, but Dixie is also down.
My opinion, the crypto has like run out of most of its catalysts. Like the only catalyst now is price. Like it's like the price is the biggest catalyst it needs. You
Yeah,
just
it's gonna
I
be
think
hard
that
to find bullish, more bullish than what we saw recently.
I agree
What else
on
can happen?
that.
Yeah.
there's like yeah, everything just almost gets glazed over. Like and it's been like that for a while. I'm not saying sentiment it was better when we were at or right now than we were at like 120, but even when we were at like 120, sentiment wasn't like super bullish because I mean if you looked at crypto Twitter, everyone didn't even really like talk about like yo Bitcoin's about to hit all time high. It was almost like a select pockets of people that were actually like invested in Bitcoin, but sentiment hasn't been good for a while in crypto, even
100%.
from the highs.
It's been slowing. So the news around crypto has been slowing. The mind share, right, has been slowing heavily. That being said, I don't the catalyst that I can think of, I think would actually be outside of crypto. The things that could shift it would uh, either have to be involving other markets, either have other markets dipping, losing sentiment, and us seeing sentiment surge back in at the right time. Um, or I mean, I don't know. Like what Drew was talking about earlier could be a thing, right? Like if some major if things are flattened out for a bit on legacy, for example, and some major announcement comes through and changes the way that we view crypto as a trading tool, that might change it. But it's kind of hard to see where it's going to come from, and it's kind of hard to foresee a realistic uh, reason that it would happen. But I'm not. I do think there are some things that I could see happening. I'm not super hopeful, right?
I checked USDC. It's not depegging currently. That could be a bullish catalyst. I guess that's how bearish I feel. Let's have a banking crisis. That could save Bitcoin. Yeah, USDC, USDT is roughly around one. How's the Tana doing? It's fine too.
Only thing I haven't considered is I wonder what, like, let's say peace in the Middle East or the conflict in Ukraine ending would do.
Dump us.
'Cause huh?
It would dump us
It
because
would.
weapon manufacturing demand might go lower. No, it wouldn't be immediate, right? But
Well, so that
long-lasting peace wouldn't necessarily be good for buy.
yeah, it would certainly like dump legacy, and that should dump us, right? But I do wonder if
Sentiment, it would be good for sentiment, of course, but
yeah. So I'm sort of wondering if that's something that could shift things. I mean, it's been going. I don't
well,
necessarily see it,
it's been 1
but it
year. We're waiting for that. It's just not happening.
yeah.
Neither in the Middle East nor in Ukraine. So
Yeah, I'm not saying it's likely again, but it has been going on quite a while. Um, and it's not been getting as much like it's still in the news, but it's not as frequently in the news. It's not like kind of at the front of everybody's brains anymore. Um, I'm sure there's still profiteering happening, but I do wonder if something like that could shift sentiment a bit. It would definitely put a kick towards legacy. Um, but I could see something like that bringing sentiment back in at the right time for crypto, where crypto's at a bottom potentially, right? Legacy has been doing very well. That kick could shift it, and with Dixie down, that might bring buyers back in. Because like I don't know, I'm trying to again point at strings here. I'm not saying any of these things are likely, but Just trying to consider potential outcomes that may kickstart something that are in the realm of possibility, but not necessarily probable.
Those could be good catalysts for bottoming during the bear market. Having peace is like fundamentally a good thing. Having a open trade is also good for economy. All these fears of inflation, tariffs disappearing could be good for the next bull run.
I mean, we know that we know the real estate thing's coming down the pipeline, right? I think as like that, because that will certainly be a catalyst. Also, especially because we've had like the response, the immigration response, right, has been there. That's been at the forefront. But I think that the parallel effects of of the actions taken to enforce immigration laws, which a big part of that is in the building of homes, right? There's certainly an effect there. It's really going to be seen right away, but it is known that that is going to affect that as well. So, like these do kind of seem like the pieces that could fall into place. I don't know if it would fall into place for a recovery here. I think it's more likely that, like you're saying, that this is something that could fall into place to form a strong bottom at the bear that starts to build back into a bull. Right? I do wonder what would happen if the Epstein list got released too. Because I have no idea what that would do in the market. I'm sure that there would be a certain level of chaos, depending on how redacted it was or not. This is probably the most unlikely scenario because I don't think that will ever get released, but fully. But I literally have no idea what that would do in the market.
Really nothing. People who consider themselves serious investors don't really care about those stories. It's a bit like a car accident, right? Like I don't know, it's not that important for me. It's a bit
It's
like when
not.
you open the news that they talk about a car accident. It's like, same category. Oh,
Yeah, it
Trump
doesn't
had a sex affair relation with someone or whatever he did.
copy. Yeah, because
It's like celebrity stuff.
it doesn't hold intrinsic value to the markets. It doesn't hold well.
Well, maybe if he gets destituted and is convicted guilty of child abuse or I don't know anything like that, then yeah, then of course it would have an impact. But other than that,
Right.
I'm
It's
not
not
sure
instrumental.
Nvidia or Tesla holders really care about who's president. So.
Yeah.
Or why or no, it could bring uncertainty, right, or doubt in the mind of people who voted for him, and all. Like, it could have bearish implications, of course, but
So that was more what I was thinking was that as a side effect of the chaos that it could. Now again, depending on how redacted it was, if it got released and it wasn't like completely redacted with like all the names missing, yeah, maybe I could see something. But if it's super redacted, I don't think anybody's like it's like basically where it's at now. Right? It's like we know people are on the list. We know a bunch of these people are on the list, or at least um, it's believed by many people that many of these people are on the list left, right? But if we actually saw even a reasonable amount of evidence, a reasonable amount of those names confirmed, I think it still would bring a lot of chaos.
There's a sellable now at 90k. Anybody wanna buy it? Oh.
I've already bought it. Not a lot of it, but
I might be stuck between 89 and 90k a little bit here, no? Or not.
and nope.
Black Friday, Black Monday, Black Tuesday.
Oh,
5% black every day.
oh wow. This is a candle that is moving.
You have support at 89, resistance at 90. We're in the middle.
Well, well, well.
It's a battle between two whales. One wants to make sure it doesn't get back above 90, the other wants to buy 89. Might be the same guy.
You know, I never thought I would enjoy whale wars as much as I do. Watching the chart.
These are small whales. 50 Bitcoin. He cancelled anyway. Well, in the meantime, Solana's pumping. AVAX also a little bit. ETH is putting a high low, not a low low like Bitcoin. Mantle is doing fine too. I don't know what to think about all that, but even Cardano didn't make a low low here. This slow mover is also slow to move down. And I'm down another 5%, I guess, roughly. Funding rates are positive across most charts. Solana's positive. Bitcoin is. Although Bitcoin isn't fully positive, but yeah, people are buying the dip, DCing into longs, or whatever they're doing. Shorts are probably TPing too. And we end up having to pay to go long. ETH also positive, yeah, building longs before probably wrecking them in a beautiful fashion, but
I did just see there was a Reuters article that the title was Bitcoin dumps below 90K as mood sour.
what? I don't understand the end. As what? Well, yeah, it makes sense to have titles about Bitcoin below 90k. That could attract new people to the market.
Yeah, it said with souring moods is a bit of a kind of a pretty negative way to say that. But
Yeah. Well, all right. They don't want people to come in.
yeah, I guess Reuters buying Bitcoin right now.
And someone bought all these cells, but he was wrong.
I mean, feasibly, if you have enough money, you could martingale this entire dump. I don't know why you would, but good. Right?
Yeah, 4 years after the previous all-time high. Doesn't sound like a good idea, honestly. But yeah, I'm sure some exchanges are doing that currently, and we're gonna see them disappear soon.
Well, and that's why about if you have a lot of money, is it? I think if you are at a certain level of wealth, even if it's flat, even if your money's not motivating, if you're accumulating Bitcoin all the way down to the bottom, at the bottom, and then it pumps, if you have enough capital to sustain a move like that and be able to take that hit to be able to take the long play, like
Just go on spot, and it's easy.
yeah, this is true. Be easier in spot like just DCA, but actually, I feel like it would be pointless to DCA from here, right? But maybe if you're already in a DCA.
It's too early, man. We just had our first candle close below the 50 and all.
Absolutely. Sure. Oh yeah.
Yes, made a low here, below 7th of November. That's a reversal potential ABC, downward ABC, and it has a strong B because it went all the way up to 6,900. So if we do a bit the same price action tomorrow during the session, like reclaiming 66.55, which we're doing currently during the future session. Could be more like a long entry for continuation to the upside on legacy. Now you're fighting a bit a head and shoulder-ish pattern, right? I mean, you would expect a lot of shorts to open and all here. Like it's trying, it's gonna advertise breaking support tomorrow. So, I mean, if the support breaks, it breaks. Then we'll go down to like maybe even to 6,500. But in the meantime, it's a lower low that you had to wait 10 days for. It could react for a few days at least. And Bitcoin likes it currently.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm done. I think that's why Bitcoin is trying to hold here a bit between 89 and 90K.
Are you trying to say that my $25,000 Bitcoin buy is not going to happen? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that's ever gonna happen. It's below the macro SR at 30K. If you said 30K, I'd say yeah, it's gonna happen. But below 30K, I don't know.
That's the emergency. That's the emergency flash crash grab. Like, I have like a small Dogecoin buy at 9 cents in case it dumps down again, like it does. I always set a little bit of reserves just in case I'm sleeping and something happens. Doge is over here looking strong, huh?
It's not only Doge, it's altcoins in general. Look at your watch list right now since daily open. Everything is green, except Bitcoin and ETH. And even ETH is like, it's not,
ETH is crawling up and Sol is going up.
This is the altcoin season we've all dreamed of. This is it, guys. Yes.
Yeah, it's happening. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but yeah, it's happening. Yeah. Bitcoin is dropping more than alts are for a few days in a row now. Dominance is down 1%, and that 1% drop is kind of enough to bring you 5% up on every chart currently. Okay, all of them, almost all of them are green since daily open. It's very odd, yeah, but can happen.
We've seen crazier things.
Imagine now if actually Bitcoin is done dumping. Well, you would expect the opposite, right? Dominance to resume upward and alts to like climb less than Bitcoin, I guess. But maybe not, huh?
What's going on with Coinbase December 17th? Could be an exciting Christmas, huh?
What happens on December 17th?
No, I don't know. They updated their bio today and put December 17th. And then everybody just went crazy. Their bio on X, Twitter, go look at their bio.
Maybe they'll launch a new exchange because it's kind of what Coinbase needs. A new interface.
Maybe you'll be able to buy your crypto through Coinbase straight off of Twitter. You'll use Doge. Because didn't Elon say something lately, or do a nod to Doge lately without much description?
All right, this I keep. This I keep. This everything has a stop loss. All good. All right, time to go for me.
coffee from me, fam.
Mount Gox.
They're back.
Yeah, there's something about them transferring $1 billion worth of Bitcoin.
Yo, if they dump that, that could be wild, huh?
You know, that's the type of FUD you would get before we got down here. It's weird that we got it right here. Like, I'd imagine that at like 95, 96. I think someone pulled the trigger a little late on that.
What are you talking about?
There's just some Arkham just posted that Mt. Gox moved a bunch of Bitcoin.
Oh. Huh.
But I think it's just FUD. I mean, it actually happened, but I don't think they're planning on doing anything. Or maybe I'm wrong.
I get. Sorry if I cut out. I said I get what you're saying.
tager talentmarkeret før eller efter, ligesom har gjort de ting ud til det?
Efter, helt klart.
Efter.
Jamen, jeg har lidt en telefon,
Why do I got a feeling they would have double bottom at like or 70 whatever K, whatever it was.
So quiet. Where's Joe at? So quiet. Where's Joe?
He is in the fourth dimension.
Oh, okay. All right. I see Dbloc's chilling there. He's doing research. He's showing us. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. He's not there. My stream is like way behind.
Nick the Instigator.
I'm here, man. I'm here to wreck the day. I'm selling all my crypto right now. So doing it right now. See that red candle on Doge? That was me. What's the good word? What's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling?
Let us pray.
You said that earlier, dude. You've been praying a lot, man. Man upstairs will take care of us, amen.
Indeed.
I always pause the YouTube stream and then get behind, and I see Dbloc making moves in the charts, and he's not even there. Stream's like an hour behind. 45 minutes. Took a freaking nap. Now I got all this stupid energy. I should be sleeping. My schedule this week has been like crazy all because I've been doing some dev work and projects that just involve like total silence and no distractions.
Well, I'm just waiting for a big old Mount Gox red wick of scam.
Yeah, what's the story there? Is that moving a bag or something?
Well, you know how they do. We get to this type of point and they try to figure out a way to move the chart the way they want to do it because nobody wants to sell anymore, I guess. The only people that are left are us hardheads. So I guess that's their way to do it. So they usually get their way. So I'm just going to wait for some type of really large wick, like all the way to like a double bottom of like 70 something K. And then I'm going to sell my hedge. And then hopefully after that, it's over. If that doesn't happen, then I guess we'll go back up and this will all be a giant fake out and my spot will recover and I'll get back to a bull market. So I'm kind of playing for the worst on leverage and playing for the best on spot.
I don't know, all this fear in the market, all this little stuff usually tells me to go the opposite way.
Yeah, that's true. Until they're done, though. I mean, I didn't think they were going to push it this far down, golly, but you know, since they already did, they might as well finish the job. So just do a double bottom down to whatever they started at 70 something. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that we're already here in the 80s. Or what are we at now? Let me see. Oh, we're right at under the 80, so they're pushing it. I mean, then when they do it, I don't expect them to give me a chance to. I don't expect them to give me a chance to buy anything. So can I choose both and like mix them together?
quiet night tonight. Quiet Tuesday night.
Blood. What was the price in the 70K range that we took off before from?
It's like 74,000, 75,000.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna put a limit order to sell over there. Let's see how dirty this can get.
I mean, that run was from pretty much March. I mean, the first run last year, or when Trump got elected, was the massive pump November 4th, and that started pumping like in September, and then we got all the way to October, and then it just took off November, and we backed back down to like the 70s mid year. You know, April, everybody was like, played out, and then we went back up again. But that's going to be the next. I have to zoom out here a little bit. That's probably going to be the next. I mean, really, right now we're in the make it or break it. I don't think it's one way or the other, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm already in break it already because, I mean, I didn't close my long, but.
So if we measure from, let's say, that top.
I figured if it does come back down there, it's going to be a giant wick, like a super scam.
That was like 31% ish, 32% from when we touched that 108, 109 earlier in the year. And you figure from here, let's just go right there to where we're at now. I mean, we pretty much touched it like a 30% drop. So, and we rallied from the 30% drop in March or April. Figure April to October 6th. May, June, July, August, September, October, 6 months. So it took us however you want to look at it. I mean, we kind of played around there. I mean, it shot up pretty quick actually from April to May. You know, in a month we made a good amount of progress. In 1 month we went up 49%. And then the rest kind of just traded sideways, and we had the little double top there. But